Am I on? Am I live? I believe I am. I do believe I am. Of course, I pushed this down so that I could get it better into frame, and then I realized that the first thing I do every start to stream, is I have myself over here or up here, and I talk a little bit. I want this hat for this portion of the day. So we are back. We are back. The hat, for the most part, in form is done. It functions well. I'm quite enthused, to say the least, about that. Grand. Okay, this can go over here. I'm just going to do a slight pickup as we move ourselves this way. Going to need the hot glue gun again today. Do not need chalk. Keep this over here for that. Let's see if we can't clean up some of our tendrilled glue trash from the other day. So, my goal this day is to tackle the ears, the antlers, and the X. Our hat still needs 2 ears, 2 racks of, well, a rack of antlers, a rack of antlers, and the very iconic and cannot be forgotten X on young Choppy Boy's hat there. It cannot go on without it. And so we're going to do that. And that is really all I'm going to say. I have 3 portions of this hat that still need be done. And there's probably a little bit more that need be done. For example, here we go, folks. Still not for naught trash ball. If we make it this whole series without a single basket made, I think I might be happy. The hat still does need some fixation. That doesn't sound right. It needs some way of adhering itself, mind. Adhering, is that the word I want to use? We need a way for it to be better attached. It sits pretty well on the head. Like when I get it nice and snug with all of our extra nesting doll equipment on the old cabeza, it does sit pretty well. We kind of did a little bit of movement last night that proved this so. And so I'm not terribly worried about that aspect, but I would like to add a little bit more. If possible, I would like to add a little bit more. And that could literally be as simple as taking the hook side of a Velcro and just ladening it inside this area here. Like maybe just doing a good X or a plus sign. Hell, we could go crazy and do both. I think that would provide more stability in the way I really would like to see. Because then we wouldn't then really have to worry about where like stuff is moving, and I could be very jarring with my movements if need be. Those are our socks. Before we go terribly further, let us of course change the day. We're still doing Mad as a Hatter. We're still in Headspace, but it is, folks, it is once again a brand new day of practical approach to Tony Chopper. Day 18. Just flying through, folks, just flying through these days. did that. We did that. I don't know why the hat's down here. I can put the hat there. I'm gonna grab this. Let's do a quick sweep up, and then I will sit down. I'll Mr. Rogers these feet, and we will start our process on the 3 parts that I have listed need still be done. And I shouldn't say it. I'm going to say it. So I shall say it. I believe they're going to be simpler than the hat itself. The hat itself really did throw me for a loop. I've already said that. It was much more intensive than I gave credence to, and I should have given more credence, because it is a very important part, and the method I chose of going about it was more cumbersome perhaps, but again, I think our final result gets us closer and closer to this conceptual version of the character that I wish to use to propagate the idea, myself as an actor, and the continuance of this project as a whole. Because it ends not at the completion of the puppet. It ends at it ends at my ability to produce the so-said vignettes that I have made reference to in many posts and in the beginning of this project. Small little scenes, little bite-sized nuggets of character work, line work, so that we can demonstrate that not only is the idea good, not only did I make the idea and I move the idea, but I, James Clifton Overcash III, can act the idea. And so, we continue on, we make it better, we make it much, much better in hopes that we can, in fact, through performance, proof out a concept. I don't know if it shows, I feel myself in a slight more peppy mood than the day previous. And so hopefully we can carry that through the rest of this evening before I take off for dinner. But I feel we have also found our dumb, silly, pretty nonsensical loophole to me coming in and doing that part 2 frustration, that part 2 short shredding. And we will, if necessary, if potentially needed, we will come back and we will do a part 2-3 this evening. I'm going to put my shoes on. I'm going to put the socks on. I got my phone because we're going to take 1 second before we start to do some social media junk. Okay, one more down. Perfect. Okay. God, these pants are ultra tight around the pocket. The pieces to be had today. Of the pieces to be had today, our ears, our antlers, and our X. The X will most likely be our simplest of the 3. Followed in simplicity by the ears, and our most complex, our most labor-intensive is going to be the antlers. I have spoken on ways that I wanted to approach, tackle, and do the antlers. I have mentioned air foam clay, and I don't know why I call it air foam, but because it's light as air is basically what I was going for. But growing up, there used to be a kind of clay, and I cannot seemingly find it, or I cannot easily find it without like ordering it, and I don't even know if it's the same stuff. But it was a clay that once it dried was still soft, it was still spongy, it had a foam-like quality, and it was quite light to say the least. I thought that would be a perfect application for the antlers, because the antlers were going to be, and the only word that pops to the brain at the moment is unwieldy, because they are going to go on the hat, and in fact they're going to go pretty high up on the hat. We have our reference picture of Rumble Ball Chopper, which is basically him holding the Rumble Ball in his little tiny hamps that we're going to kind of try to base our stuff on. And again, I don't know if we really actually approached the topic yet, but this project is bringing out a two-dimensional character into a 3D space. Now, the artistic design that we have seen in the show, and those that have read the manga, it is great, and it is awesome how you can use perspective and you can use position of character to show dimension and shape. With the antlers, though, we tend to see them in a very distinct profile. And if I can remember correctly, because I drew them wrong and you can't even see it anymore, but that first drawing of Chopper's hat and the blue nose that I did all the way back on I believe it was probably the 8th of September is when I did that. So it was the next day after the 7th of September, and the prick of inspiration was that I think I did, at least based on the anime, I did the anime and subsequently the manga, I did the antlers backwards. And what I mean by this, stop scratching your bug bites, Jamie, come on. Come on, no more bug bite scratching. No more bug bite scratching. You have to be very careful with it. You'll irritate the skin, then break the skin, then shred the skin, then scab the skin. I believe it is drawn in a way. I don't know why I am trying to use memory to decipher this. We have the picture that we are going to reference or have been referencing. Well, in actuality, I have been referencing two particular pictures of Chopper. I have been using our Alabasta Chopper, and then I also, for more of his body shape was more Rumble Ball Chopper. Where are you at, bud? Did I not save it? I could have swore I saved it. There he is. And so then you got Rumble Ball Chopper right there. Rumble Ball Chopper kind of has more of that body type that we have created with our Chopper. I just noticed that he has two little black dots on his hamps. We're not going to we might address it if I can remember it later on. Oh my gosh, I am shredding the skin at this point. I'm going to try not to do any more bug bite stuff. Or I can go get the Benadryl and spray that on my leg. That might be a good idea. So what I was trying to reference is the way that I drew the antlers, I believe was backwards, but I'm going to look at that one. So that one has the 2 points. So, and my hunting knowledge has been so far removed in the past, I always get it wrong. When referring to the points of an animal, deer. And before I actually get the result, I'll say what I think it is, and we'll see if I was right. When you refer to the point of an animal, a deer, an elk, an ungulate of antlered variety, you are referring to one side of its antlers. So if we are referring to Chopper, Chopper is a 5-point deer. I believe that's what it is. Let's see what Google tells us. So some people say it is all points, and then some people refer to it as I refer to it. So Chopper could be a 10-point buck, bull? Do you refer to reindeer as bull? I can't actually think of it. Deer, bull, or buck. Okay, so a reindeer is a bull. So, Chopper is a 10-point bull reindeer. 10-point bull elk. What is a 10-point elk? Measuring guide for the Rocky Mountains. American elk racks are often symmetrical with 5 to 6 normal points that grow from the main beam. Additionally, points can arise from the top of the main beam after the normal point. They gave a G6. The common point, figure B, often described typical or non-typical spread measurement. We're not talking about spread measurement. We're talking about point. No more points. Man, this was a lot more complicated than I realized. I could have swore that the point was such a simple... I could have thought it was I thought it was simpler than this. Okay, let's put the phone down because obviously it's not as simple as we thought it was. Chopper has a total of 10. A total of 10 splits in his antler, with 2 being the main 2 splits. So it comes off, splits into 2, and then it splits into either the 2-point area right up here or the 3-point area in the back. And going back to our reference picture of Chopper, they have it with our 2 points out and the 3 points in. But that is when we're facing Chopper in such a fashion. So that's Rumble Ball Chopper. What does Alabasta Chopper look like? Is it the same point structure? I have to assume it's the same point structure, right? Two inside, 3 in back. Okay, so that's flipped. Basically what I'm getting at is that the 2 points are going to be in front, the 3 points are going to be in back. Because it is a 3D character that we're putting forward, it might not automatically look like it is as it is in the drawings of Chopper, because it's going to be reliant on which way we are turning. I am going to try to get it so that they kind of do, how do I put this, kind of blend in, kind of work their way naturally up the hat, but we'll get there when we get there. There is a small reference GIF, a small video of determinate, probably like 2 or 3 seconds, of Chopper in Alabasta, and he turns, and you can kind of see how the points are aligned on the antlers. But the real issue with the antlers is how do we get them to look like that without sticking too damn far out? Lucky for me, I created a good amount of space for them to be in, as well as with our brim, we have a little bit of area. So we have basically all of this area here. If we throw ourselves a little cant like that, we have all of this area here to work with, and then our ears will go right underneath them. Now, I've mentioned in past streams that I wanted to add an additional like slit on the side and then stitch it up to kind of act as if, oh, it was ripped through the hat. I don't think I'm going to do that. I don't know if we're actually going to do the magnet attachment like I wanted to initially as well. We might just end up doing a skewer attachment with our ears and with the antlers, where we just end up stabbing them in for better or for worse. The only issue I see arising with that could potentially be an issue is that they might start to jimmy themselves out. Now, the same thing could be said with the magnets, especially like if you move like this. So magnets are really strong when they're like this, but as soon as you start to cant them, that is when they're more easily split. Or if they slide apart, they are more easily split. Okay, I'm going to do a quick post. Nope, not that way. I want to go YouTube, then to myself again, then to there. And then we send out the tweet. I don't think anyone except the actual app of Twitter itself has changed the icon to the X. Practical approach to Tony. Come on, phone. Tony Chopper. Day 18. Lovely. Come on now, please. Hashtag unpass, hashtag Tony, hashtag Paxi. And we're going to at all the cats that we normally at, even though we don't know if it works. You know, it's funny I say that because in some ways, like, yeah, I hope it works. But in some ways, I hope I ain't being annoying. I don't want to be annoying. I just want cats to see the idea. That's all. That's it. I'm going to do a quick Reddit perusal. There are days. And I don't realize I've been in the 4+ hours there, and there are times that I can't. Certain parts take. There are days where time flies by. Questioning. Sure. one port of post that. I really have myself a heap ton of fun looking at all this stuff, man. Come on, man. I'm trying to type on the keyboard here, Grammarly. Stop trying to do that. Let's do it this way instead. Post. Did I actually? I did give that a vote. That works there. Oh, I didn't want that. I wanted this particular comment to be replied to. Pesh. I can't spell. My neck. Come on now, spell digging correctly. After the show. Thanks. My only concern is the actors actually about. Not what I wanted. I wanted to go here. I wanted to reply. Feels like I need to take up that how you spell Tai Chi? Ah, there's an A in Tai Chi. To the limbs. Hopefully once I get the rods. Hopefully once I get the rods attached to the limbs and the makeup. We worked out. Deserved. You think if he were to have one? Why can't I spell monologue? Monologue. Yeah, that's how it's spelled, you dumb... I swear the phone doesn't believe it's a word. I can't even get on it. How dare you, machine, think you know better than I do on the spelling of monologue? I spelled it right. One of the few words I actually spell right on the phone, and the phone's like, nah, it ain't it, bro. Me oh my. Were. There's something that you'd ought to know. He's sitting at the corner after the show. Where do the actors go? Playing with playing with how set pieces are struck is definitely a root. Force spective. We do that. One more refresh. Okay. Where do the actors go after the show? Kill that. Cancel that. Let us get to it, ladies and gentlemen. I have not done enough already, and I've already been in here, 50 minutes? 39 minutes. I swear, sometimes I don't understand time. Sometimes I'm like, oh, it's been hours. It's been so long. It has not been very long at all. It has not been very long at all. These are two really good pieces of styrofoam. That's a really good piece of styrofoam. This is a really good piece of styrofoam. And, okay, so we got these 4 pieces here. And it really comes down to how much we want the ears to protrude out. Because sometimes they look like little tiny ears. Sometimes they look more prominent. Prominent? Prominent. I really should just have... Honestly, at some point, I should have just made Chopper the background of my phone. But I like my little cat's face on there, so... she gets to stay, and unfortunately I'm just going to have to do the arduous thing of constantly looking it up. So the ear is not that complicated of a shape when it comes down to it. It's basically just a triangle, and then we're going to kind of like scalp it in. So it's almost like a boat in some ways. And if we're looking at the hat, we might even be able to use a single, well, like maybe we could paste these together and then cut them in half, and then, because obviously that's way too big, but if we did something around the lines of, where's my Sharpay? 'Tis there. Let me see if I can't draw out the the somewhat shape I am thinking of here. So maybe I can't cut them in half. Or is that too big? Is that too big a shape right there? Like, that seems like it would probably be much too big. Maybe we have to cut it down. Maybe instead we do something more along the lines of... So not that. Ooh, sorry. But something more along the lines of that right there. This shape like that. I quite like that shape. I think we're going to use that shape. I think we're going to use that shape. Unfortunately, I can't cut it in half like I wanted to because I like that shape so much. Oh my god. Bug bites, bro. Bug bites! Whew. Let's cut this out. Let's cut this out. Once again, we expose ourselves to this treacherous material that is pink insulation foam. But it is all for the benefits of the project. Man, for a second there, I thought I had glued the blade into its holder there. Cut that. Then we're going to pop it. We'll do it on this side as well. Got a little bit of a reflex there. That was funny. I think I gotta get my table set here. I think that's probably the best way to go about going about this next part. Did I move the camera down? I did. Whew. Got worried for a second. Got real worried for a second there. That I had just been half bodiless in front of the camera for all this time. I've been not doing very much. I'm going to flip out the vise can stay like that. That's okay. We'll get our pillow in more of a supportive position. Or is it better? Is it better that I just straddle this? I think so. Oh my god. These pants and this microphone pack are not bosom buddies, to say the least. Come on now. Thank you. Pray that that sound does not reach your ears. My apologies. Let us throw our junk over here. Potentially want to save a little bit of this in case we need to add more to the back, because I don't know if 1 inch is enough for us to get the dimension of... Because again, we're going to be kind of, once again, I'm here to... We are trying to create not only a ear shape, so that means that it kind of has to have a nice round back to it as an ear would, but to also then create that kind of canoe cupping, as if the ear itself was its own little tiny canal. So we might come down to adhering on back another piece of foam so that we can add ourselves a bit more dimension. When we get there, we get there. I'm going to need this. So now comes the part where we have to really be a tad bit more precise in our cutting. And you know, I said last night that I'm pretty sure I was done donning the respirator, but I'm already seeing the potential. Well, not even seeing the potential. I'm going to have to sand more of this foam down, which means I'm going to have to put on the respirator. But then again, we also figured out that we didn't really need to, in fact, wear our microphone, or better said, we could have the microphone just kind of out and about while we had the respirator on. I don't think it's going to be of grand benefit to anyone, though, because the damn noise of the... Even if I don't use the palm sander... Well, if I don't use the palm sander, then I think it should be okay. But I was going to say, the noise of that palm sander, I can't imagine sounds good on the microphone, but I don't know. We have to get to that point and find out. Okay, so we got the basic shape there. Can I now trace this? I don't think I can. And I would like to be able to do a nice, in a similar fashion as we kind of approached the hamps and the foofs, where I melded, where I had them pressed together in a mirror sense, and then we shaped them in that way so that they kind of remained, so that they would retain that mirrored quality of them. I'd like to do that with the ears, so that when we stick it on the character, well, the hat at least, that it will look like that on that side, but then when we flip it to the other side, it will look like that. I think that would be very nice, to be honest with you. I think that would be very, very nice. But I don't know. Like, I guess we can throw on a rough kind of line, and then we'll just rough cut this side. Oh, I said rough, not just obscurely rough. Goodness me. Drawing wing doodles and random curves out of nowhere. Let's cut this. Oh, light of the day. I feel it in my teeth, man. Like that sound, it travels into the molars. And I know not why. What about the frequency of the sound that is cutting styrofoam gets in the brain so much that it almost just... Oh, it's so strange that that happens. Okay, those are those. Gosh darn it, we are gonna have to use the old palm sander, aren't we? Ah, it's unavoidable. It really is. But in practice, what we're going to do, I'm going to actually have to flip my my table here around, is before we stick on our backing bits for more shape, and we're probably not going to need that much more shape, because like that's already a pretty good dimension. If anything, it's going to be more so that in this base area, I can do a little bit more rounding. You know, we'll get there when we get there. Because again, once we get our shape like actually sanded out to where I would like it to be, or at least closer to where I like it to be, then we'll actually start to see if we have enough backing. And we could get to a point where, what is enough backing? So again, this is an inch material of pink insulation board. Is an inch of material going to be enough for us to form that nice kind of cupping area in the back? My mind is looking at it right now, and it is saying no. It is saying I don't believe there's going to be enough for us to form not only the cupping, but also having enough structure. So this is a second part. So let's say we did not put the backing on there. Like we could still possibly get ourselves that nice curved shape in the back. But then when we go in to scalp out our canoe, and canoe is just a term that works in my brain. When we go in there to scalp out that inner ear canal kind of shape, are we going to be too close to the edge of the material that we run the risk of it just cracking right in half? Mind, we are going to be adding the same fur felt that our boy here has as the backing material, and then I am going to find a pair of socks that have been well past their use, and that is going to be the inside material of our ear. Both of those are going to be just hot glued on. I think the only item of the project I believe that is going to fall under the needle of our sewing machine will be the cowl. And when I refer to the cowl, I'm talking, of course, of our kind of little face mask here. These need to be sewn. This has to be sewn. We can't go crazy on the hot glue with this. This can be hot glued. I'm pretty confident that it can be hot glued. I do, of course, this strange like channel here that was formed. I'm a little disappointed in that because it does kind of give this weird effect. A part of me wants to see if maybe I could go through. I talked about maybe hitting it with a heat gun and seeing if we couldn't flatten out some of those parts. A part of me would, and of course, thoughts. If we go through with the hot gun, there's a potential that we can level it out, but there's a potential that we start to melt the foam and we start to disadhere the fabric. And this fabric being what it is, though I think it is a good color, though I believe it is a grand texture, it eats itself. It eats itself as soon as it starts to come undone, and it being stretchy in the fashion that it is would probably start to pull and move, and things would just go to hell pretty quickly. Second, if I did decide to, let's say, cut a small slit somewhere in here, and then we do the classic funnel a whole bunch of foam in, there are places on here where that is possible, and there are places on here where that is impossible, because halfway through we changed the method on how I was laying it down. Foresight would have been great for that, but we might just end up dealing with this weird kind of ridge that got created in that fashion. I don't believe that. I think I threw it away. I was so done with it, I just didn't want it around anymore. I don't think we have enough material to come back around and do it again. And if I remember the cost, because again, I got this material on sale. It was in the discount cart. It was in the discount cart for a reason, because someone returned it, because obviously it is unsewable without a backing material. The actual material itself, I would then have to go purchase a yard of, and that is a lot of material. On top of that, it was a very expensive material per yard. I believe our felt material per yard was somewhere around, it was either $3.25 or $4.25. I can't remember what number followed or preceded, came before that 25 cent, but I remember the 25 cent, or I'm just making it up in my mind. It wasn't expensive, it wasn't cheap, but again, I love the material so much that I could not pass up. I saw it on a day that I wasn't even picking up material, and I was like, I am coming back for that, because I think it so well fits the color and the texture. A commenter did lend their critique in saying it was not fluffy enough, and I want to still try to address that by potentially laying down a few more layers of something to add maybe a little bit more dimension. I don't think I'm going to, unless, again, a fur material comes into my view, I don't think I'm going to seek out a real fur material, because then that would require going back through and doing everything, basically. Remaking a whole fursuit, recovering the foofs and the hamps, and then I would have to remake the whole cowl. I understand where the guy was coming from, and maybe that's where the actual puppet that Netflix, when they make it, that's the mode that they will go. Maybe that will make a lot more sense. But for now, this is the material we are using. Again, I diverged down my own little mental path. What I was going to say is that this pink material is $7, so fixing that hat will be a little bit detrimental. God, I don't know how I got onto this old tirade. Whatever. Okay. First and foremost, I want this mask. Where'd my mask go? There it is. I want my mask. I want my palm sander. This still has a good bit on there. I'm going to flip this around, like so. Or do we want to sit on top of it like we've been doing? I think we have to sit on top of it, because what I intend to do is... Do we want to do it that way? Yeah, we should do it that way. We're going to do the thing where I put the palm sander inside the vise. It works so damn well. It really does. And again, big ups to our central machinery palm sander for becoming just the grade A MVP champ of most of this project right now. A fair bit of use it has gone through, and you can tell where the vise really clamps down. Give them the clamps! Give them the clamps! Okay, that goes in there. Can I get my buttons? Lovely days. Okay, I will have to do... I switched it. I'm going to switch it back. Okay, so this is now going... Okay, pick this up. Put that there. switch that back over to there. That's going to go down. This is going to come over here. Plug this in. That's there. I'm going to get everything out of the general fly zone of the dreaded pink dust. Though I, in some ways, feel it a little bit foolhardy to think that anything will ever escape this pink dust. The phone can come back over here. You know what? Before we start, I want to give something a try. And it's funny because I'm about to put on the palm sander and I'm not going to be able to hear it. But my dad... my dad decided that he really wanted to start replacing some of these fluorescent lights. We already had ourselves one issue one of those days with the fluorescent light not wanting to pop on due to inclement weather. And so he went and he got a pretty keen new LED setup. But one of the funnier things about this LED light ballast is it apparently has Bluetooth. I want to try it real quickly before we get into the sanding of everything. And of course, as I move all of this stuff, more debris caused debris. I want to see if I can't get this this light ballast Bluetooth to work, because that to me is so damn funny. This is our dope pot right here. Didn't really end up having to use that wood dope as much, but it was nice to have it when we did. I can't even remember what in the project. What did we dope up? Oh, we doped up the socket holes on our foofs. That's what it was. That's gonna go back up there. That's gonna go right here. Here. That's there. That's there. This is gonna go there, like that, all the way back. I looked for a hinge, man. I looked for a hinge so that I could keep this thing attached, and I could not find one to save my skin. You know, I was going to take off the microphone. I was going to do the thing where we get it set up in a way that... How did I do this before? Am I going about this wrong? Did I have it on there different? No. It had to have been this way, right? You know, we can make it work from right here. We'll make it work from right here. I was going to take the microphone off and keep it active while I was sanding, but I find that to be nonsensical now that I really think of it. So, I am going to turn the microphone off. I'm going to don my respirator. I'm going to shape down our two pieces here as best I can. And how do I want to secure these together so I know that they're not going to run away from each other? I think pins. I think our friend, the common pin, will once again situate us in a good fashion, I believe. Where did I put my pin cushion? It was just here, was it not? I moved it. I felt it. I felt moving it. Where'd you go, pin cushion? Is it like in the most obvious spot and I'm just not seeing it? It has to be. Okay. If we don't have pins, then we will make a pin or two. Just so it stays lined up is what I'm trying to accomplish here. So let's do some simple pens. Ow! You sharp. You're a sharp one, you. You are a sharp one, you. They don't need to be ultra lengthy. They just need to be able to stick into the material. And so I have it in a way that said material can then be kept in line with itself. Honestly, I probably could have just stuck one all the way through. That would have been easier. How thick does it need be? No thicker than that. Thicker, no longer than that. Do that one. And then, come on now, that's not where I wanted. That one as well. Okay. So I'm going to stick those through. I got an anvil. I should use the anvil. Man, this is not working the way I wanted it to. You would think trying to stick a pin through would be so much more simpler. And yet, it must just be the fact that the styrofoam is being a pain in the keister. Okay, that did not work. Where off did I set my little tiny pin cushion? There you are. I found it. It's here. I believe this should work, right? We do one on that side like that. We do the other on this side like that. And then hopefully we can just persuade them both to go in. Actually, I think it's the other way that we want it. So we want the pin side sticking out on that one. We want the, this would be a lot easier if I just super silly, James. Come on, man. Sometimes you really craft a difficult process out of something that you really just don't need to make it so damn hard. We got the hot glue. We are becoming more and more acquainted with our, well, now somewhat nemesis. It is no longer our nemesis, I would think. I would say it is a problematic friend, if any word does justification. So while that's heating up, I get to play with the potential of a light ballast Bluetooth. Sorry about blowing into the microphone. Am I still... Okay, good. Whew. For a second there, when I was going to say sorry for blowing into the microphone, but then I realized, what if the microphone is off? Not that. Let's go to Bluetooth. Let's see if anything pops up. No way. No way. You gotta be joking me, man. Balenciaga stamp. Literally every single word that I spelled right there was incorrect. Balenciaga stamp.
%50 off all Domino's online pizza orders.
No way!
Which includes right now.
This is the goobiest thing I've ever seen. Money that you like to know. Cafe on the corner after the show. No way! Dude, how nifty is that? Just so you can see it, like, it's just... And I hatched it. Oof. I just matched it. Say, Philippe, I walk on water. No way. That's the niftiest right there, man. How keen is that? That's it, he come. They don't rain on them. Don't pick up blame on them. Shade on her. Investments. If I rule the rule by escrow. In a Lexus. The best shit. F minus. Damn shit. Oh my lord. See. Yeah, the. Oh my lord. It's inside at the Waldorf. Nikolai Volkov. I seen this wave there. I wrote dice on it. Say shit. Gang shit. Oh. He paid a bit of money. It's something that you like to know. He'll be sitting on the cafe on the corner after the show. Dude, that puts a damned smile on my face. We're totally gonna get more copyright struck now, but so be it. And as I say that, I bid you, well, vocally, adieu. And I'll be back once we have the mask off and things are shaped. Am I on? Okay, I'm back on. Okay, I'm gonna put the mask on in a second because we're gonna start the next piece here. But I wanted to get it nice and close to the camera so that you can kind of see it. So here is our mostly shaped one. For the rest of this, I'm going to have to just use a piece of sandpaper to go about it. But the general idea is that it's going to be pinned right back. Well, even better, even better. And so it's going to be like right there. And it will be, and then our antler will come in like right behind it, or we'll meld this in with the antler like so. And so here's our rough piece right here, and that's what we're going to get to next. But I wanted to, pop off the mask. I wanted to talk a little bit. I wanted to get a Saspa soda here as well. How do I take a picture of this in the best way? Yeah, I wanted to take this off. I wanted to show it. I wanted to take a Saspa soda. I also wanted to tell the story that my dad came in and told me. So my cat that I brought down, my little lovely bud, she's definitely a scaredy cat, and that's my fault. Me being as introverted as I tend to be, never really had anyone over for her to experience anyone else, and then the people that she did have experience with were not the most savory of individuals, and she never really adjusted to anyone. And so she's really adjusting to having another individual in the house that she just has to deal with. But she's also an explorer, man. She is a Magellan for sure. And she keeps wandering into my father's room in his side of the house. And he comes in and he tells me, and he's like, I hear the most ungodly scratching, and I cannot find Mino is my cat's name. I can't find Mino, and I keep hearing it. And he's like, then I start hearing her go like, meh, like really, really angry meows, like she's pissed. And he realizes that she had snuck into his room, and he had closed the door, and she didn't have a way out. And the way he explained it is that she had her little tiny paw, like, doing the, like, get me out of here kind of thing, because she was just trying to, like, get herself out the door however she could. And as soon as he opened it, she realized that she had messed up. And it was just so funny, because, like, again, she's learning, she's getting more adjusted, and hopefully she gets to a point where she'll be a lot more comfortable around him, around other individuals, because she's a great little cat. She's my lovely bud. Mon petit Pablo. What? I was about to mix French and Brazilian Portuguese. Mina pequita barboleta, mon petit papillon, mein kleiner Schmetterling. Okay. That was a fun little aside. Audio off, mask back on. Let's finish this other side here. back on. Okay. So we got them shaped to the place that I would like them to be. They're pretty similar to one another. I actually think it's kind of cute. Like obviously you can see it better on that side. Well, look, it's a little tiny heart. Ain't that nift? I think it's niftier on that side. How neat is that, right? Okay, so we got ourselves a swell pair of deer ears. And again, we can kind of put it on our head here, and we can kind of see that they would just kind of sit here like that. Look at them little tiny little boogers. Aren't they the cutest? Oh, I love them. Okay. So, the next step would be goring out the center. And once we get into the center, we can start to make a channel and our little canoe, as I have said. I've been thinking, is it necessary? Like, obviously they're very round, and I actually have not seen them really well on the hat yet. So let me see here. Oh, wrong way. So they're going to go on kind of like that, right? Or we kind of pin them back in that area. Either or. Do we make it so that... Well, no, if we put the antlers in front of them, so I should probably turn it while I'm talking about it. So if we put the antlers in front of them, it's going to knock off or block off. Can you see this? Yes. So it's going to... I should just get closer. So it will block off, knock off. It will allow... Goodness me, James. So... Because we have this nice like circle here, but that would look kind of weird. It would look like the ear did not terminate anywhere. It was just a floating thing. So. What I think is going to happen is when we get our antler on there, it will... It really depends. If the antler is forward of it... Interesting. Now I think about it. I wonder, do we put the antler forward or do we put the antler behind? Because once we put the fur on there, we can't do really any other modification. And I'm wondering... Because I would kind of like them more back, like that. But then again, when you see it in the picture, it's kind of more forward like that. Okay, let me look at the picture again. And then we're going to vacuum. I'm actually going to take off the microphone pack, and I'll set it up over here or in this area somewhere so that we can still kind of... Because I'm not going to use the palm sander anymore. But I am still going to be sanding foam, and I do not want this crap in my lungs. I was looking at the picture. Benny the Butcher! What are the other ones called? Like lamb chop? Oh, lamb chop. So they have it behind. So maybe we do need to make a better termination point. Or another idea is that with our fur felt material, we could just make a small little ring around it, and that would kind of look like it. And so we would make a ring of felt around our ear. Do I got a nice little piece? Perfect. Okay. And you can see it here, right? Okay, so this ear would be going on this side. So as we've kind of already shown, we have that weird kind of end bit there. I'm sorry for the microphone doing its thing. So what we could do is we cover it in the felt, but then like on this area of the hat, we make ourselves kind of like a little cup so that when we put it in there, like it would still look as if like the ear was coming out. Or when I'm applying my felt on there, on like this backmost side, instead of completely securing it, we kind of leave that extra little bit of felt down there. Again, we'll get to that point. First, we have to gore it out. But first, before the goring, I need to do a preliminary sweep and trash. Preliminary sweep and trash. And so, before I do that, I'm gonna scratch my bum. Kind of move the hips a little bit. Turn this off for 1 second. At least some kind of sound, and I will, put that there, we'll put that there, kind of bring our hat in this general area for us so that we have some kind of sound besides no sound whatsoever. I want to preliminary sweep, I'm still going to put a mask on. Because, you know, this dust, my guys, this dust. Two-door coupe popping out like Jack in the Box. I'm gonna shoot if the shooter's all that I got.
Num nums. Oh, fuck up the block. Is that all of it? Okay, now we use the vacuum. Now we use the vacuum. Uh-huh. Wrap this tab up again. Don't know if we're going to actually need the palm sander for the rest of the ears. We might need it for the antlers. I'm looking at the mic and not the camera. We might need it for the antlers, but I don't need it right now. I don't need it right now. Come on now, get yourself in. Come on, friends. Get thyself in. Days. Lovely days. That's gonna go there. This can go here. This can go there. Okay, okay. Let's see here. So, I want... We have that. We don't have a smaller rasp. Maybe, just maybe this will work out. I don't like it. I don't like it. Different method of approach. First we put this here, we take this off. Little broom can go back up there. Dustpan can go back here. This comes here. 9. No! There, there, this, actually want right that. Ah. Okay, okay. So, I guess our best way is to start boring it down with our X-Acto knife to a point, and then we're just going to have to hand sand it to where I would like it to end. Now, off the chuck. Yeah, I don't think one layer of the foam would have done it. I think we made a good choice in doing that second layer, even if it was just to get our nice little bump on the back. God, this is going to be so difficult to get into. And I don't... Oh, you know what? Silly me. Of course we have a tool for this. Absolutely we have a tool for this. The damn... Of course. Come on, buddy. How do you forget such a pivotal tool? Okay. Oh. It's in there. Makes another appearance. I want to use, I think this is going to be the bit, get this guy out. Oh, I cannot believe I forgot about this. This is the perfect tool. Oh, it's a perfect tool for this. Oh, goodness me. Days, lovely days. Absolutely the tool for the job. Oh, it's working so good! Lovely days! Oh my gosh, I cannot believe I almost forgot about the dribble. The only issue when it comes to something like, look at the microphone again. The only issue that happens to occur with the Dremel tool is that, especially, well, I should restate, better said, the main issue with this foam and anything besides hand sanding is that it starts to melt. And as soon as it starts to melt, things get weird and items get gummed up. So I'm trying my best not to allow that to happen too much. Too much. It's almost unavoidable, but we try. I think I might have chopped this one up too much. What do I do? I only got one more of these. I'm gonna keep using this to the best extent and then we'll move on. Yeah, I did the exact same thing I was saying that I really needed to watch out for, and that was I bore in way too quickly, and because I bore in way too quickly, the bit got too caked up with styrofoam, or melted styrofoam, I should say. And I don't even know if that's something I can save, honestly. So we'll come back with that bit when we finish that side. I'm going to try to finish it with this without getting this one all caked up, chalked up, full of extra material. So hopefully, like, we're almost there, honestly. There's just a little bit more that I wanted to do. That one got chalked up just as quickly, actually. Faster, in fact. I guess we go with the sanding bit and hope I don't overload this. I realize now what is causing all the gumming. It's the hot glue. The hot glue is really, yeah, that's the culprit. That's the true issue right here. Ha! I should have known. I should have known. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Let's do this. I'm going to try to get as much of the core out before I go back in with the dribble. put back in this other bit first. Actually, did I get to where I wanted to get to? No, I think I can still get more out. What I'm trying to do is if I can get to the blue area, maybe I can cut past it, and then we won't have to deal with as much possible gumming up. Hopefully. This one back in, and even though the tip is not great, it's still, I think it's still our best bit for the application. Is that going to be good enough? I think so. I do think so. You know, it's funny. I have to get up and show you. Ha! How strange is that? That's so silly. So, I made almost the same, call it an error, call it an issue if you will, but the same, like, kind of, so right there, I don't know if the camera will pick it up, there's kind of this weird, like, skew off that the Dremel made. I made the exact same mistake. That's just, how funny is that?
I think we're gored down. Well, actually, I'm going to do a little bit more edge work on this one and see if we can't get a little bit closer to our ends, and then we'll finish it. Or we'll say that it's finished.
And Skippy. That's gonna work. I'm happy with that. Okie dokie. Let's see. What is our next step? First, we are going to do a cleanup. And then, after our cleanup, we're gonna cut the felt. Oh, I gotta sweep up, so I'm gonna keep this on. We're gonna cut the backing felt for it, and we're going to do that same kind of foof hand method. You know what? I'll talk about it when I get this all out of myself, because talking through the mask cannot be that audible. I have to assume. Is it Little Wench? Little Wench, what are you doing outside? James! Huh. I can't blow off the phone right now because I got a mask on. How funny is that? Okay. That goes over there, that goes over there. This is trash. Trash. This is for that. We need this. We need these. Okay. So that. there. Let us do a quick vacuum. Thank you. Thank you very much. There we go. There we go. I'll bring it over here again. I'll do this first. Then we'll be closed. Okay, I feel comfortable now taking off the mask. Ugh.
You know, I said that it was going to be simple. I said that this was not going to be as painful. Not painful. I said that it wasn't going to be as arduous, or I guess I thought it was going to be simple. I should have thought wrong. The ears have taken us probably like 2 hours and 30 minutes at this point. Let's get our microphone back on. I want it back on, I wanted it out. Back on. We're back active. Lovely days. Lovely days. Okay, okay. You see, now we must begin again. So, our ears are our next, call it a challenge? I don't think so. Our next part to deal with. Do you think we can use some of this fabric that we've saved? Doesn't seem like there'll be enough on any of these. Nope, not that one, not that one. Maybe that one. Those are all... Is there any piece on here that's large enough? Yeah, we'll cut that off. We'll cut that off. That looks like a good piece to cut. Come on now. Thank you. We'll see if that piece works, but we got a big piece now, so there's not much need to trifle with something that might be oh so too small. Okay. 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 I needed those, James. Come on. Why would we... Obviously, you're going to need the textile scissors. Okay. Ugh, and being in that mask always gets my nose all kinds of stuffy. It might be that I just need to get a new filter on this at this point. Perhaps. Perhaps. Come on, back on with ya. I know the other one's trying to pop off. How funny. Can hang this back up. Howdy.
Ordered for it. Just let you know.
Appreciate you. You going after the squirrels?
When you shoot one and they just sit there and go. I'm like, okay.
Oh my gosh. The ever battle with the squirrels in the yard. How funny. He's not aiming at them. He's aiming like across their bow. It's this weird competition that he and these squirrels have about them staying out of his hanging planters that he has all over the yard. And him just, detouring them as best he can. Such a funny thing. Crack shot with a slingshot, that man. Crack shot with a slingshot. Maybe I was overestimating their size now that I look at them. Well, I know I cannot use this for a cow piece. I know that for a fact. So that's gonna kind of do this. And then we're gonna kind of, we might try to wrap it in ever so. Yeah. So we want at least that amount of material. Just like that. And that really is going to be very, very similar to the Fief, I think. We just need to find where we're going to have a little bit of overhang here so that we can kind of like tack wrap some of these edges down around. Oh, that makes me wonder, before I put the felt on, should I put the inner part of our ear on? Ooh. Cause machine run wrap. I do think we need to put the inner parts on first. Okay. I had a better pair of socks. These are actually still pretty good. So, do pardon me. I will be right back. I was off the whole time. I've been talking and I was off the whole time. Trying to remember all of what I said. So, mismatched pair of socks. We do not need them, or because they're mismatched, they're kind of useless at this point. And so I'm going to use these parts of the sock for the inner part of our ear, because I think it's going to work out quite well. I do believe it will. It's just figuring out how to actually make it work in the way that I'd like it to. Do I gotta get my pins again? I might have to get my pins again. Do I want to get the pins? It's going to be a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be. How do I do this? Because the sock material is elastic in nature, I'm trying to figure out how best I'll be able to get it in there. And it really might be, I just need to get the glue down in there. I don't like that method. That doesn't seem like it's going to be a very efficient method. Like maybe I can do that side and then push that down. How do we do this? Because I just don't want creases down in there. We might just have to go really, really fast, right? I don't know if I can go really, really fast. I'm gonna burn myself, I can already tell you. I can already tell you I'm about to burn myself here. Oh, now I'm running out of time. Oh no. Oh, it's coming. It's coming right through. That's the issue. Oh wait, gotta be quick with it. Gotta be quick with it. Quick with it. Looking good. Don't get me started right now. Don't start coming off when you're looking so good. No way that worked! Day's End. Oh my Godsby. Lovely, man. Oh, sometimes you just gotta take the plunge. Lovely days. No way. No way that worked so well. Oh, I'm just gonna sit here and mess with it until I stop feeling heat. Oh my gosh, there's no way. And if anything, if it ends up looking too white, which I don't think it will, because right now, like, with the combination of like how dirty my hands are and how the hot glue is kind of going through the sock, it's adding a real nice, like, drab kind of beige color, and that's what we really wanted. Oh me! Can we do it a second time? That's gonna be the real issue here. I just kind of got to glop it on, and I'm gonna just have to go in full bore and risk the fingertips here. That's not going to matter if we attach it right there, I don't think. No way that worked so well. Oh, I love when stuff like that happens in this project. Things just kind of come together sometimes, man. Lucky days. Lucky days on that. Okay. So it does look like we do need to do a little bit of pre-pinning on some of these sides here. Oh my god, no way! Oh, folks, fiends, fey creatures, my god. How lovely when something like this turns out that way. Oh, okay. Wanted to... I was going to go a little farther with that glue line, but the sock really wanted to jump on there right away, so why not, why not? Oh my gosh, how cool. How cool is that? It looks so good! Day's End. And we're getting close to the last part of this this section of the day before we cut, before I cut and go to dinner. And so, funny enough, our part 2-3 today is probably going to be... Man, I can't believe it took so long to do just this little part here. I don't know why I keep saying that, man. I should really just understand that things in this project are always going to take 3 times, 2 times longer than I actually give them any credence for. And I got to stop assuming my ability to get past something that... And I think I mentioned it with the hat. But, like, whereas I had the whole frame and parts of the puppet laid out in my drafting book, the ears were just drawn shapes on there. And like maybe I had an idea that I was going to shape them into where I wanted them to be, but like I didn't plan. I didn't put like auxiliary thought into, oh yeah, that is how it's going to be. That looks so damn good, man. Day's End. What time is it? 4 o'clock. We got an hour left. I wonder if we can get the ears completely done in an hour, or mostly done in an hour, that would be perfect. Because if we can get the felt and all that on, that means that I can come back and then tonight we can focus entirely on the, I guess I should say, the beginnings of our antlers. And I guess I haven't, have I described how I wanted to do the antlers? I've described how I wanted to do them, but how they are going to be done now is definitely different, because we are not going to be using the air foam clay that I wanted to use, because I can't find it. Or better said, I do not want to order it and wait for it. What if we go on this side? We have a little bit better purchase on this side, I think. Yeah, I think that would be a better side to do. And then we come in and we do all of our press and tuck. So we're not doing the air foam clay, but what I think we'll be able to do, or what I intend to do, is this. I'm still going to form it with wire here. I think, yeah, this is basically the same wire. Well, basically, it is a smaller diameter than the stuff that I have, and I'll probably use up the rest of what I have here, and then whatever else is needed past that point, I'll use this. And so first we're going to form the basic shape out of the wire. We're going to get our nice first bit, our split, and then we'll do our 3 and our 2. Like that, yeah? Like that? So instead of doing the air foam clay in its entirety as I wanted to do, damn, now I'm looking at this Great Stuff gap filler, and I'm thinking, like, what if we used that? It's not a bad idea, because what I was going to do in lieu... Oh, what up, Fly? Are you on a mission? What I was going to do was I was going to do a paper mache. I was going to get ourselves our core. I was going to then do wood glue paper mache. No, that is the wrong order of operations. I was going to do the wire core. I was going to then get our foam bedding that we used for the puppet form, the inside form, and I was going to then basically do a hot glue and wrap around it. And then over that, I was going to then put the paper mache, and then on top of the paper mache, I was going to put the... God, that gap filler is a real... That's a real draw right now. Because then over the paper mache, I found, funny enough, I think I showed it on this stream. Not this stream, but in one of the streams I think I showed it. But I have a mask from all the way back in Grand Junction when I was in theater. Well, when I was in college, and I thought. So, and it's a mask. It's made of clay. Well, it is a paper. Come on, James. Think before you speak sometimes, man. It is a mask that was done in the balloon style, where you put paper mache over a balloon to give it form, and then once you have the form, you pop the balloon, you take the form off, and then you have yourself a something to start sticking stuff to, and then I stuck clay to it. I got to tell this story just to get to this part. I found that clay, and I thought, well, one, I thought, how funny that I have that clay still. Because again, I don't throw stuff away as I should. And so I thought, how funny would it be to actually use that in this project as well, because it's not heavy, it's not terribly heavy, but like the main purpose of that air foam clay is that I knew it wasn't going to be heavy. But gosh, now that Great Stuff insulation foam spray is really piquing my interest. I just don't know is it going to stick to our wire well enough to actually work in the way that I would like it to. I guess that's kind of besides the point right now. We're not to that step yet because we still have to finish the ears. We can't go to the antlers before the ears are finished. And we have to finish the ears. Money. So now I guess there's multiple ways to go about doing this. And I got all this newspaper to do paper mache, and now I'm wondering, because the reason I didn't want to use the pink foam in the construction of the antlers is because it was so rigid. I would have to cut all of these angles, and then I would always be worried that because it was so brittle, because I wouldn't be able to form it around, or it wouldn't be as easy to form it around a wire. And we've already seen how long it takes to use that particular foam. But then again, if I'm doing, so it would be wire, and then it would be bedding, and then it would be paper mache, and then it would be clay. With that gap filler, it feels as if you could just do wire, and then I might be able to there's a purpose that gap filler is there, and I shouldn't use it for something that it's not the purpose for. Oh, I'm in conundrum now, because that's a really good idea that the brain just kind of spat out. Because then we could shape the gap filler if we needed to. Like, it's not going to be fantastic to shape, I think, but I think it would work. The ear did the same thing with this inner part. It worked so well. It worked so darn well. Come on now, what are you doing? What are you getting caught? Oh, it's hot glue. I'm sitting here like, why the hell is it getting caught on the sock of all things? Oh, come on, James, you did too much on that. That's going to be a pain to get back over. Let's finish this first. That was part of the main thought right there. We need to finish this first. Dude, this Bluetooth ballast is absolutely clutch today. It's so nice not having to push the sound out the phone speaker. Because it always feels like every time you rely on the phone's main speaker for too long of time, it then just slowly degrades the speaker. Say, like, the same could be said about any speaker, but I plan to have the phone so long. Okay. Keep moving down the sock here. Just laying down this edge the best way we can. And all that's going to get covered, mind. All of like this edge material that we put on. But I wanted to put it on there so that when we fold it over our felt material, it would have a, well, I think it's going to look good. I think it's going to look good. That's all I'm going to say. I can't really describe why I wanted it like that, but I didn't want it to be inside the ear itself. Okay, 412. Can we felt this up? Let's hope so. Let's hope so. If we do it like that, we have a potential to bring more fabric down like this, which would then give us more potential to then put it on the inside. I think that's the best way to do it. So I'm going to do our start mark right here. Like that. Oh, did I give myself enough? It's not even close. And then the shoddy to ghost. What in the world is happening here? We having internet issues. The most. They do not get a coat. I see it all in his eyes. I don't know why it is decided. Is it the ballast that's not working? How strange. I wonder if Panda would... Really? Like, it says that it's still playing? Or not? I must be getting just internet slapped right now. Which means that the stream's probably going to start cutting out, which, you know, nothing new here. I wonder if it was just that one song. Take a side, I'll run for you, boy. Wanna die, my demons, toy, boy. Take a side, my demons, toy. Down, boogie, down, baby, dot, A. In the air, I'll shoot it sideways. You down, babe. Did it my way. Vision ratchet. It is in practice. It's dependent. I'm gonna have your mama pick a casket. Oof, lines. And outcome. No outcome. Like Malcolm. The exposure. Side to run from your boy. To die my demons before. The biggest say my demons boy. How many Bombay? How many arrows shoot it sideways? Cause I get it my fire your pistol inside of your issue. None of business. You had to get it. And the value with it. Hospital visits. I'll run from your boy. Even a time I don't feel for joy. All the other achievements a toy. How many Tompity Bombay? How many air or shoot it sideways? So I hit it my way. course, we run out of the glue stick right then and there. There. Ow. 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 Okay. I don't know why, but sometimes this decides that it wants to fall. Like, I stopped putting it on the other side for the same reason that it keeps falling down, so I wonder if that even matters anymore. Damn, something must be going on with the web right now. Ow. That wasn't even the hot glue. That was literally the end of the hot glue gun. Ow. That was painful, man. Damn. Fuck, I'm rich. Suck my bitch. My wrist. That's how much I sip. Did he melt this game? Such a game. Till I pull up, let it bang. Think this thing a game? Is it a game? Game. Up, let it rain. Pull up, let it rain. Let it man. I used to be a man of the people. He's fucking pink like a flamingo. Smoke cannabis. And it is, I run at the end of his best. You're not gonna do ya. Go back in 01, was it 02? I don't know, dude. Something told me not to go to. Of his Fasu. But it was a bad night, turn right. The paradise. So it's the paradise. Mike, Mike. They're gonna be striking. Pop. By one. In a trailer park. Dude, what is happening? It must be falling off. I can't understand. Like, it's either this. No, it's just Pandora. Let me see if I close Pandora, if it will pop back through. How silly. How silly is this? It could be the internet, because now my phone doesn't want to go to anything either. Interesting. Interesting, to say the least. 426. We still got one to cover. Yeah, something must be going gaff with the internet right now. That's okay. We don't need it. It is a luxury, to say the least. A luxury, to say the least. Lay that part down. I'm making, again, those kind of folds in certain areas, and then as I glue on the other side, I'll trim it down to be more in line with what it is trying to match up to. At least that's the hope. At least that's the hope. Made a little money. It might be something that you like to know. You'll be sitting at the cafe on the corner. That should surge to, well, surge. That should come together quite nicely there. We're going to leave these little extra flappy bits all out and about. Cut that. We'll seal that down though, if we can. Yep, nice, very nice. Made a little money. Disappointed. I was really vibing with the music in the last bit there, but maybe it shutting off has got us nice and focused, and we can power through this last bit here. Gonna leave that part open, and then we just do a repeat. Oh, that looks really good. I'm happy about that. Oh, I'm so happy about that. That's nice. These are the real sopranos. Dude, I don't know what is going on with the internet. We must be going through a bumpy joint right now. Maybe Mino's inside and she disconnected it. So pull that back to there. It might be something that you like to know. Be waiting on the corner after the show. Okay, let's lay this side down now. And it literally has been the same as I kind of handled our Fief and Hamps covering. And I've already said that, of course, but like it truly has been a one-to-one where first I do this middle area, and then once the middle area is pressed down, and we get it to where it's not too bunchy or anything like that, I can do one more cut there, and that will go underneath, hopefully, maybe a little bit more. One slight more, like that. Okay, and I will try to pin that little corner down. Just like this, and then we trim off the excess kind of like little tongue fuzz right there because we don't need it. We can even go all the way in to where we had initially set down that middle bit, and now I basically add another line of glue, and I try to get it as flat as I possibly can so that there's no like unnecessary unnecessary lumpiness. And then we press down our other side, and that kind of just wraps right in. We push that down really, really nice, and it should seam right onto that same part. And then once we give it a second to dry, we then come back with the scissors here, You know what? I'm going to do something that we haven't done this whole entire process now that I think about it. I'm going to get up and I'm going to get close to the camera so that you guys can see what is actually being done. Document the whole damn process, but sit all the way over there. And so it's basically like we have, so this is our middle bit right there that we laid down. And now that part's laid down, so we can come back through with our scissors, and we're basically just, we're going to trim off all of this extra bit there. And because of the way that we settled it down, like, it isn't perfect, obviously, it's hot glue, but it looks good. I think it looks real good. Come back from this side. Do I want to leave that the way that is? Because we want to leave that tab. So I'm going to come back this way and finish the and it actually blends itself. I think it blends itself really nice into itself. Look at that. Ain't that a cute little ear? I think that worked really, really well. I think that worked really, really well. We have ourselves a little bit of flap down here. So if we want, like, we can literally attach it. We can literally hot glue it right on to our hat. Lovely days. That looks so good. Oh, I'm so chuffed about that. I'm so happy. I couldn't be more giddy at the moment. You see me bouncing around the room. Oh, that's so lovely. I'm happy with that so much. I'm so happy with that. Something that you like to know. Let's see if we can't get the other one done. I mean, why not, right? Why not? Let's see if we can't get a better kind of like starting point to work with like we had on the other side. Probably am not going to need all of that fabric. Probably won't need that fabric. Probably shouldn't be saying that, because we end up needing to be all the way. Do we have enough for our flaps? Okay, we have enough for our flaps there. Looks like we have enough for the back there. So we need to put our glue dot right there to start. Come on now. No. Did I put it in the wrong place? No, it looks like it should work. Should it? So we do it like that. That's not going to work there. What did I get wrong? Was there just more fabric on that one? I just don't remember it cupping so much as this one is right now. Huh. What did I guff up on here? Because we want that there. And we want that. Staunch. I don't know why it's doing this. Well, that's not going to work. Let's use this then. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Do we just need like a bigger like part start? Is that the issue? So that it doesn't end up curving in on itself? Well, I guess we did have a little bit of a cut right there, didn't we? Did we? It actually doesn't look like we did. Why are you acting in this way? What's happening here? Come on. Pretty please. Sugar and stuff? Wow. We go from knowing exactly what the hell we're doing to absolutely not even kinda. Okay. I want to do this before I leave for dinner. I really want to get this even started would be nice, but I would like to get it done before I leave for dinner. I don't know why. And you know, I did that thing that I've done before, where I had the material, where I had the piece of material that I was going to use, and then I did not copy it for some reason. Okay, it starts there. Starts at the top there. And we know it's going to pop in the back. So it needs to start. I'm so confused why this isn't going where I want it to go. What did we do wrong? Or what am I missing from before? It can't be a shape thing, right? I think I'm overthinking it. I think I'm really just overthinking it at the moment. Very confusing. Very confusing to say the least. Whatever. We will make it work. I am going to cut all of that off because I already said this once. Don't think I'm going to need that part. Very strange. Interest. Okay. There's that side. There's also this issue that I am running into, where come on, James, words. Come on, James, words. The foam is also melting because I'm getting the hot glue gun too far on the piece, and then the foam itself begins to melt, and that's kind of an issue. That is an issue. Okay, so we got all of those done there. Now comes the part that I'm kind of confused on. How did that happen? Whatever. Don't overthink it, James. Come on. Don't overthink it. Do we even go even lower on that? Crazy. I don't know why the tip of this ear is so much different. I can't put my finger on what misstep I made to allow that to happen the way that it did. Like, it's not detrimental, mind. Like, it's not that it's not going to cause any like undue issue. I just think it's strange that that happened, and I can't figure out why, because I could have swore it was just a triangle shape that we used in the first one. That might have been too much. Nope, that's good there, that's good there. I like that. Okay, let's start laying this edge down here. Start at the top and we'll work our way down. I can't put my finger on it, and I find it kind of funny to say the least. Get this edge down over here. Like so. And that actually just worked out really well when it comes to cleaning up this excess hot glue. I can just use an extra piece of felt I have lying around, and if I pull on it, it gets rid of both the glue, and it also leaves like a little bit of hair in the space where that glue would have squished out. And I will make note, I have noticed, again, strange how it happens, where I can be all pep and step and pop rocks and what, and then randomly, like either it's a focus thing where the brain decides like it kind of knows what it's doing. Like when we were shaping and removing stuff out of the foam, I was much more present, or I was better said, my mind wasn't toiling, I think is a good term to use in this case. It wasn't toiling to figure out how do I do this next step. Because with the foam, all we were doing was shaping foam. We've shaped a lot of foam so far. And so the mind wasn't like ultra focused on that. But then as soon as we moved into something, and again with the sock, like we thought that for a second, and then the brain figured it out somehow, or the fact that it worked so well in that one way that the brain then didn't have to expend undue effort. I don't know. That was way too much glue on that line. Oh, it's such a fun method to use. I wish I would have thought of that sooner. Because again, like it also like it pulls out the tufts of hair, making it more of a hairy ear. Ew, hairy ear. Okay, okay. And now we can kind of figure out where our fold needs to be. Kind of there, and then we work it out like this. And that's going to come all the way down to there. How far in did we get it on that other one? Where's our other ear? There you are. Pretty far down. I'm going to say right there. I'm going to say right there. Made a lot of money, and that's something that you might know. He'll be sitting at a cafe at the corner after the show. Man, I got that song stuck in my head. Which is funny because it is a song, well, it is a sample on a Stove God Cooks song, but then I looked up the actual sample song, and so now I have parts of that song also in my mind. Funny as that all is. Pull that down there, and then we're going to go like that with it. And that's going to go to about right there before that edge needs to be cut as well. And that's going to lay down flat there. Okay, let's lay this down then. That to there, and then we put just a dab in here, enough to get a reaction but not enough to glop. Then I can even probably cut more of that off and that off because it's unnecessary. It is unnecessary to say the least. If that's unnecessary, then this tab right here is definitely unnecessary, so we don't need that, and that's just going to get in the way. Okay, and now. Trying not to melt the foam, but I'm also trying to get a consistent line all the way across so that we can do one single stamp down. Just like that. Perfecto. We'll let that dry for a second, and while it is drying, I will begin the slice for our next tab. Just like this. Days. Lovely days. Pull that out like that. That needs to go there to there. We don't need any of... Come on now. Come on now. Don't need that material. Don't need that material. Where is our next bunny ear? It's kind of right there, so we'll do small clipping there. Pull that up. Probably should actually lay this down first. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Days. Okay, lovely days. Let's lay this down. Ugh, gross. I thought a glue tendril was a mosquito, and I was about to give it the what for. Okay, there's that. Now we can start our trim on this side. Got my nose whistle going. Do not know what causes the nose whistle. I just know that it's there. This one didn't seem as well as the other one on the other side there, but I mean the other ear. But lucky for us, the ear, or at least this part of the ear, is going to be in the back. So we don't gotta worry about it as much. We're secure on there. We're secure there. I think I'm happy with them, to be honest with you. I think I'm quite happy with them. They're definitely not perfect, and whatever we couldn't figure out on this one definitely shows that the pattern was laid down differently. It's not bad. It's not something that's going to take away, of course, but again, I find it more interesting than anything else. Like, what did I forget to do that I did the first time? Let's get one good picture, and we'll put our pin in it until our part 2-3, and then I gotta bounce to go grub up for the evening. Put that there. there. And then we'll put that there like this. Oh! Lovely days. That looks so good. I'm content with that. Like, they might be a bit big, but I'm happy as a clam for that to work out the way that it did. Okay, lovely days. That is this. This is that. Look over there because I think the camera's over there for some dumb reason. You're right here. Hello. Goodbye. I'll be back. And I'd really love to get the antlers started. At least started. I definitely don't think that this is going to be enough white fabric for our X, so the X can wait. A part of me is like saying, like, why didn't we just start with the X? Like, the X should have been the easiest part. Honestly, we should have started with the antlers, because the antlers were the hardest part, and that's what we should have really been doing our damnedest on today. But again, I think we kind of knocked it out of the park with these ears here. Like, we could even put them down ever so slightly, like that, if we so choose. They could be ever so up like that, or then they get a little bit too foxy. I don't know, that down look kind of does look pretty nice. They're a bit big. But whatever. Let's see what our reference photo looks like. I can always just look up Tony Chopper. Yeah, his ears are much smaller, but who cares, right? Who cares? Well, there you go. So on some of them, it looks like they're coming off the edge. On others, they look a lot larger. On some, they're not even there. On some, they're pretty big. I really do want time skip chopper. Nah, I'm all stoked with it. I'm happy. I'm happy with it for sure. Okay, let's cut this down, cut this off, and I will be back later. I appreciate you stopping by, and we keep moving on a practical approach to Tony Chopper, day 18, till part 2, 3. Oh, that's a good yawn. That's a really good yawn.